Control. All right, you guys. All right. Welcome, 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 welcome. The Millionaire Circle. This is our first vision board party. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Y'all go ahead and welcome the online virtual guests. Welcome. We apologize for our delay. We had to make sure we were right, just for you guys and streaming online. We are so excited for this event. I'm excited that we're going to share so many great tokens, so many great things, so that you guys have been meeting, been greeting, kind of, uh, networking with each other. I'm going to go ahead and allow Pastor Alexis Cowan.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning to our online viewers. And so I'm here today to welcome everyone to the Millionaires Circle. So welcome to the Millionaire Circle Vision Board Workshop as we circle around vision, hosted by Archbishop and Prophetess Owens and facilitated by Chantel Long. I am Pastor, aka Prophetic Push and Prayer Movement, where I push, encourage, and mentor people around the world. So today I am here to push the visionaries and encourage the dreamer. All right. I want you to begin to circle around your visions and your dreams. Some of you may be working the vision concerning your life, while others may have started to work their dreams but have become stuck. So now I want us to take a walk around your circle and let's think about the sphere of influence that you have. There are 7 mountains of influence, and the 7 mountains of influence are the primary spheres of culture that makes up a nation. And so the first one is business. The second one is art and entertainment. The third one is media. The fourth one is government. The fifth one is family. The sixth one is education. And the seventh, religion. One thing I want you to remember is that it's religion and not church. Because God intends for the church to be involved in every mountain. So, no, this is not church, but we want you to know that as we begin to circle around our vision and dreams of being an entrepreneur, an author, a CEO, etc., we want you to keep God at the center of your circle. So now let's continue to walk around your circle. Successful people have mentors and coaches, all right, while broke people have friends and opinions. Success requires replacement. So that means something that you're so used to doing, you can't do anymore. Amen. What you have to do is replace some things. And so we are going to replace I can't with I can. We are going to replace junk food with healthy food. We're going to replace failed plans with being willing to learn more. We're going to replace overthinking the plan with just working the plan that God has given us. We're going to replace blaming everyone for our mistakes with taking responsibility. We're going to replace toxic friends with a coach or a mentor. We're going to replace complaining about it with being grateful for it. And we're going to replace Netflix and chill with sleep, right? So when we begin to make these steps and walk in the sphere of influence that we are called to, where we begin to create the circle around the vision and begin to dream again. So we are the Millionaires Circle. And once again, welcome to the Millionaire Circle.
All right, Pastor Alexis, she dropped some stuff for us to get started and get ready, get ready, get ready. All right, all right, all right, all right. So, you guys, I first want to just start off. I want to tell you the reason why I got into financial literacy. I want to tell you about a little bit about my story. Is that all right with y'all? All right, girl. So again, you guys, y'all know my name is Chantel Long. I have been an entrepreneur for about 18 years now. I started in the basement of my home. I started a child care learning facility, and we have branched out, opened 3 facilities, and also have helped other people, over 10 child care facilities of other people's facilities. They are running, they are successful, they are doing their thing, and we are still successful going through a pandemic, going through COVID. We are still standing. And the reason why I believe first is God and first most, but the second is because of financial literacy. So what I started off in, and I'm just going to tell you a little bit about my childhood, but I remember, and I'm pretty sure you all might remember this, but have you ever remembered watching your mother? And I remember watching my mother pay bills. And I remember my mom sitting at the table frustrated, trying to figure out which bill she was going to pay. And so I remember looking at her and I said, I don't never want to have to do that. And she would be kind of frustrated. She was an amazing mother, but she would be frustrated. So we would ask her stuff. And because she was so focused on these bills, she would be like, I don't have time right now. I'm focused on these bills. And so when I looked at her, I remember just looking, saying, I don't want to be like that. I don't want to be frustrated trying to figure out which bill I was going to be able to pay. So as I grew up, I began to save. Any little money I can make, entrepreneurship starts right where you are. Oh, yes. So I remember as a child going out, taking out people's trash, saying, I'll charge you 50 cents, being the candy person, walking around selling candy. So the entrepreneur stage started as a young girl. And so as I began to understand that if I saved, I had something for later. Mm-hmm. And so I remember I was always the kid that would always at least have $2 in her pocket. I mean, even if somebody needed $2 for gas, I had them $2 as a young girl. And so I began to grow and got a little bit older. And I remember something just downloaded. And again, I would always ask God, what is my gift? What is my talent? I see everybody, they can sing, they can dance, they can do all this stuff. And I'm like, what is my talent? But later I learned that it was financial literacy. I had no clue that that was a gift, that was a talent. And so I remember when I began to work a job and I was making maybe $5 an hour. Y'all know back in the day, they pay you a little bit of nothing. But my thing is, if you are able to make $5 an hour, and I was able to save and still end up saving $1,000 by the time I was 16. And when I made that first $1,000, I was just amazed. I was like, oh God, if I made $1,000 over these summer jobs and everything that I did, but I began to save and save and save. And so it gave me the understanding that if I can save $1,000 at 16, I can save anything I wanted. And so I remember at that point, I went to my mom, and again, I said, Mom, I need you to open me up a bank account. And she looking at me like, you 16, why you need a bank account? And I remember saying, no, I need you to open me up a bank account. I'm going to my mom telling her, open me up a bank account. So at that point, she opened me up a bank account, and I still began to save because I had saved that first $1,000, which gave me an understanding that something was possible. It was possible to do something. So therefore, I began to save. I began to walk. And, of course, life hits. We go through stuff. We go to school. I was a young mom. I believe I had my son at 20 or 21 years old. But in my mind, I said, I will not be a statistic. I'm going to stay in college. I'm going to continue to do what I'm going to do. But life got hard. Y'all know how life get hard? And you begin to forget all the things that you planned, all the things that you said you were going to do. So life began to get hard, but I kept my focus. So I want you guys to remember to keep the main thing the main thing. No matter what you go through, keep the main thing the main thing. So I talk about my story. And as we continue to go on, I kept the main thing, which was save. I never knew what I was saving for, but I knew that God had a plan in my life. And so I kept the main thing the main thing. Can y'all say that in your mind? Keep the main thing the main thing. That's it. I don't care what you go through. You're going to keep the main promise. You're going to keep the main vision, and you're going to keep it regardless of step A, B, C, D, whatever you got to go through. You're going to keep the main thing the main thing. So as I continue to go on, I remember leaving home, and I said, okay, I'm leaving. And I remember telling a friend, let me stay with you. If you let me stay with you for 2 weeks, I promise you I'll continue to push forward. And so as I continue to do this, my son, I remember going into this apartment, and you know how they have the little living assistance kind of apartment, they help you get on your feet. And so I remember walking in there and I kept the main thing, the main thing. And as I walked in there, I remember going down these black halls and it just was horrible coming from, eventually coming from where I was. I'm thinking like, God, there's no way you want me to live here. But again, in my mind, I kept saying, I'm going to keep the main thing, the main thing. This is temporary. This is a stepping stone. So as I went into this place, I remember walking in there and the carpets was black. And I remember seeing holes in the wall. The carpet was so bad that I didn't even want my son to crawl on the floor. So I'm sitting here like, I don't know, do I got to go back? Because when you get into this place, when you finally walk on faith, when the enemy shows you things, you begin to say, I want to walk back. But God said, I want you to keep the main thing, the main thing. I want you to take a step, even if you don't like what it looks like. I need you to take a step. I need you to keep on walking in this process. And see, a lot of us want to shift back to our comfort zone. But God said, keep the main thing, the main thing. If I gave you a vision that you're coming out of it, I need you to stay focused on that vision. So as I seen those black carpets, as I seen the holes in the walls, I said, you know what? I called a friend. I said, I need you to help me paint this apartment. I called her. I said, I need to call. Y'all know the coupons that used to have a carpet clean. They clean your carpet for like $5 a room. Yeah, I called them because we was going to get this place together. So I kept the main thing, and I remember getting my floors clean. And I remember having my friend, and she came in and we painted the rooms. And they had these twin beds because the assistance living program, they already had stuff there. And so we pulled those twin beds together, which became a king size bed. Because y'all know two twin beds becomes what? A king size bed. So I went to Wally World and I went and got some comforters with the nice little flowers. Y'all know back in the day, them nice little flowers was nice, okay? So I went and got the nice little flowers and I began to dress this place up. I went to the dollar store and got those little frames, the little frames that had little quotes, little Christian quotes, and I covered those holes up in the wall because I didn't know how to patch them up. And so I said, God, I'm gonna keep the main thing, the main thing. God, I'm gonna focus on you so that this vision, this house gonna look how I need it to look. So by the time we stepped back, I said, oh, look at this house now. We can work with something now, son. And we went and got some rugs, we went and got what we could afford, so that we can stay focused. And so during this process, I began to see what God had in store for me. So I kept the main thing, the main thing. So as I worked my job, I continued to save. And I remember finally telling them, you know what, I got enough. See, I wasn't going to stay there. Even though it was assistance program, it wasn't for me to stay there. It wasn't for me to get comfortable. It wasn't for me to get stuck. Even when I got into the place that was a comfort, God said, it's time to push forward. It's time to keep going. So I said, I saved this amount. I'm okay now. I'm going to continue to move forward. And I remember getting a nicer apartment. And so y'all, I'm continuing to walk this process because I'm keeping the main thing, the main thing. And although it got hard and I had to pay for childcare assistance that I really couldn't afford, I'm talking about I would drop my son off to school and we both be singing a lullaby crying, okay? Because I couldn't afford much. So, but that gave me, see, God will take you through a problem so that you can come up with a solution. And so as I was saving, I said, God, I don't know why I'm saving, but I'm going to save and I'm going to work hard. And so the thing is, some people are not willing to work for somebody else the way I want people to work for me. So God taught me, he said, I need you to work for this person. You may not know that you're working because some people are going to end up working for you. But I went in there and I worked like it was my doctor's office. I showed up before time. I served. I made sure that his stuff was good. And I at this point, y'all, God will make a place for you. I wasn't even qualified. I started at the receptionist desk, and they ended up putting me to the back because I was so moving and I was all over the place. I was telling people what to do. Mind you, I didn't have no credentials. I began to tell our ends what to do at 20 years old. By this time, since somebody filmed me, Shanique filmed me. At this time, I may have been 20 years old, just finishing high school, and I began to move up into the medical industry. And so God said again, he said, I got something else in store. But even when I wasn't making much at first, you guys, I was consistent. So consistency is key. And I began to say $25 every time I got paid. $25 don't sound like a lot, right? But it was a mindset. It was a mindset of discipline. It was teaching me how to be disciplined with the little, so I know how to be disciplined with the lot. See, we have to be a good steward over what we have now. Some people are taking too much time complaining with where they are now. But God said again, keep the main thing, because you know where you're going. So in my mind, I knew that I was going somewhere. So I stayed disciplined in what God had given unto me. So I was consistent with the $25 every time I got paid. I would save those $25. And do y'all know, as God elevated me, as he moved me to places that I didn't even qualify for. As I begin to shift up the ladder, see, I begin to be faithful with more. See, because I learned how to be faithful with $25, because a lot of people will get raises and increase, and they don't even realize that they got more, and so they begin to have more expenses. They begin to move, but God said, I want you to stay right here where you are. Don't start getting big-headed. I'm elevating you, but that means I want you to save more. I want you to be able to do more. So I begin to stay focused and I begin to save more. And y'all, I promise you, it was a trickle effect. When I finally, then at this point, I saved $5,000, and I kept the same mindset. Oh, I don't got no money to spend. We're gonna sit right here, bro. We're gonna go to a $2 movie and have a picnic. We didn't start balling. I had 5,000. I finally saved 10,000. Oh, I was rich then. I looked at my employee like, y'all got one time to try to chill me some. I'm out of here. I don't gotta be here. I thought I was rich by then. I don't gotta be here. 10,000 to go fast. But at that point in my mind, I'm like, man, if I could save 10,000, I begin to get addicted to it. I'm like, I saved 5. I saved 10. Okay, God. And I begin to say, I told people before, I saved my income taxes. If I got $4,000, I literally would calculate, okay, what, and it had to be realistic. I knew 2,000, 2,500, I'm saving. We're not touching it. I'm putting it in my savings account. The other 1,000, I was able to catch up on some bills. The other 500, me and my son was splurge. I would buy stuff. We ain't bought nothing all year, so I'm telling him, come on, we finna go ball. So I would go. At that point, we could splurge, do whatever with that $500. So again, I began to take something that was considered taxes, instead of blow it, I began to save it. So by the time I was 23 years old, I had saved over $20,000. $20,000, because we have to understand that God is always preparing us for what we're walking into. We have to be ready for the opportunity when it presents itself. We have to be ready for the vision when God gives us the vision. And so I said, God, I'm saving it. What am I doing with it? Because I still don't know. I know I'm supposed to start a business, but what business am I starting? And so y'all know at the beginning, I said me and my son was playing patty cake and crying as I was dropping him off. And I looked and I said, I want my son to have a good education. Just because I don't have a lot of money doesn't mean that my child should not have a quality child care facility to go to. So I remember I said, you know what, God, if you help me, and I always tell him this, if you help me, if you show me, if you teach me, if you give me the wisdom that I need, when I open up a child care facility, it will be quality and it won't be expensive. It will be something that everybody can afford, that their child will be able to learn. And I kept that promise to God. And so again, God put me through that strain. He put me through that problem, because with that, I created in my mind a solution. And within that solution, I was able to go and tell the employer that I was leaving. I told him, I said, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and put my notice in. And as I put my notice in, do y'all know that everybody called me crazy? I did it in the middle of a recession. Y'all know that everything was going down. And they said, you finna start a child care facility? And I said, yes, I am. And so at that point, I began to understand the importance of already being prepared, already being ready for the opportunity, already being ready for the breakthrough. And so because of my due diligence, because I was already saving, because I was already prepared, that when God downloaded the information, when God downloaded that I was supposed to open up a home child care facility, I went and did what God told me to do. And so at that moment, when I went ahead and opened up the child care facility, God gave me 1 year. Can y'all say 1 year?
1 year.
1 year. He didn't say you can get comfortable. He didn't say it's time to get complacent. 1 year. He gave me 1 year. And that's what he did with the notice. When I left the corporate industry, he gave me 1 year. He said, go ahead, in 1 year, this is the date that you're leaving. So as I left, walking on faith, he did the same thing when I walked into home daycare. And in 1 year, do y'all know what I went and got in 1 year? A building. In 1 year. And so in 1 year, I got a building, but it took the financial wisdom, the financial literacy that I needed to start it. I needed the same financial literacy to sustain it. I needed the same faith to continue to keep on paying those bills. I need the same faith that when I didn't have nothing, I said, God, you told me to do this. It's okay to tell God, you told me to do this. God, you said that you're going to provide all of my needs according to your riches and glory. God, you said if you take me to, I'm going to go all the way through. And so even when I took everything that I had, because remember I said I eventually saved over $20,000, but y'all understand it took more than $20,000 to open up this first facility. I'm talking about I gave it all, and I said, God, I looked at my account and it was down to, I think, 0.94 cents, if I can recall. I said, now God, we didn't spend everything that was in here. What do you want me to do with this? Because it ain't nothing left, but you're still telling me to open up the doors. And I remember having to borrow money from my mom just for the food. And I said, Mom, I promise you, I'm going to be able to pay you back. I'm going to be able to pay you back. And so I want you guys to understand that God was giving me the financial literacy, the financial wisdom to keep going. And so as I had this, I began to reinvest into this facility. But can y'all say 1 year? 1 year later, I opened a second facility. 1 year later, I opened a second facility. And see, a lot of us want people to invest in your dream, but you're not willing to invest in your dream. Right. It doesn't work like that. See, when people see me invest in my dream, they begin to say, she's on to something. They begin to say, I want to partner with you. They begin to say, I want you to help me open a childcare. But if I never did it on myself, if I never took that whole $20,000, $30,000 and invested on myself, nobody else would have been willing to believe my dream. Right. Sometimes we're waiting for people to believe in what God has given us the vision. You don't supposed to believe in what I'm doing. When people said, are you going crazy? You finally moved up in the doctor's office. You making $40,000, $50,000 a year at 23 years old. You made it. And in my mind, I said, no, I ain't made it yet. I got so much more. Because although at 23 years old, that looked like a lot of money. But see, I knew where I needed to be. I knew where I needed to be going. And I'm like, this ain't going to be enough for where I'm trying to go. So I had to step out on faith and believe. But it started with the packages that I've given to you guys. It started with me creating a budget. I'm talking about my income didn't change every 2 weeks, but baby, I was over there recalculating every 2 weeks, like, Lord, I know the money finna come in, I'm finna rewrite this budget. I don't know how it's gonna work, but it's gonna work, okay? And so I continue to do that. And so now four facilities later, now it was because of what I did, the discipline that I started. So that's why I want to show you the same thing that I started then, I still do it now. And so my first goal, and I'm just being so transparent, y'all, my first goal in my mind is, God, how do I make my first million? Do y'all understand I made my first million and had no clue that I made my first million? But you got to understand when the expenses are going out, if I make $1 million, I still can be at $1 million. So I'm net breaking. I'm like, Lord, we got to figure this portion out. But you know what was the greatest goal? And then we're going to take a break. The greatest goal, the greatest accomplishment is when I seen that my payroll was over $500,000. Bye-bye. I said, God, you mean to tell me that I'm me, little me, and I always say little me because they used to call me Little Shanny. You mean to tell me that my payroll, see, some people get so caught up in, I want to make this, I want to make this. But God, you mean to tell me that you made me responsible for over $500,000 worth of payroll to pay somebody's bills when I couldn't even pay mine, when my mama couldn't even pay hers? You mean to tell me that you put me over steward to pay somebody else's bills over $500,000? God, I thank you. God, I worship you. God, I honor you. So I'm letting you know today that whatever it is, I want you to keep the main thing, the main thing. Whatever the promise is, God is not just having you come up with a solution for yourself. Your solution is a solution to other people connected to you. Your solution is a breakthrough for somebody else connected to you. Your solution is for somebody else to get through what they needed to go through. So I thank God in the name of Jesus. And so with those child care facilities, it is now considered my ministry. I'm able to pour into other people. I'm able to give them financial literacy. I'm able to travel and talk to other people and give them the financial literacy because I had to go through it. Because God said the water will not consume you. He said you're going to go through the fire, but it won't burn you. See, some of us are getting to the fire and it's getting too hot and we're trying to step back out. But I'm here to motivate you to say, stand in there and see if you got the financial wit, if you got the financial literacy, if you got the word of God, you're going to go through the fire and you're going to come out pressed and clean where they ain't going to know that you went through it before. Because see, I can stand in here with the suit on, but I remember when I couldn't even get a suit. I remember when I was taking my shoes, y'all. I promise y'all. Y'all remember back in the day we used to polish your boots? Baby, I would pull them boots out and I'd be polishing and cleaning. I'd be polishing and going because I had financial wit. That God, if I do my sacrifice right now, God, I'm going to be able to go pick up and do what I want later on. So I said, God, I don't have to spin and do all this and keep up with nobody. I'm going to clean these off. When I stepped in them favorite boots, y'all didn't know they wasn't new no more. I put them boots on every winter. I remember my mama looking at me. She said, can you please buy you some more boots? You finally got a little change back. Can you please buy you some more boots? So again, this Millionaire Circle is about all of us going and growing. This Millionaire Circle is about all of us coming up, rising up, doing what God has allocated us to do. So I want to encourage you. I want to show you the steps that I've applied over and over and over and over again. There's been times of faith walk that I've had to do, and I see that God has sent me. Anywhere God is sending you, He is going to provide. I just want y'all to step out on faith. And I want you to ask yourself, why not? I was just talking earlier, and we were in the car. And we were talking. Somebody said they wanted to move. I ain't gonna put a name out because she's gonna eventually move. But she said she wanted to move, and I said, "What's the worst thing that can happen?" I had to tell myself that if I leave this corporate job, what is the worst thing can happen? And I said, I just have to go back. There's always going to be a job. But see, this opportunity, God said, I need you to do it now, or I'll use somebody else to do it. So, when our Father in heaven get to talking to us saying, either you going to do it or I'm going to use somebody else to do it. I said, God, I'll go. I need y'all to say today, I'll go. I will go. I will go. I will go. I will go. All right, so you guys, we're gonna go ahead and go to our next thing. We have Tanya Brown. Tanya Brown. Tanya Brown. She's gonna give us a moment of lending and credit.
I'm not big with the mic. Oh, yes. Yes, as she said, I'm Tanya Brown. I have been an entrepreneur now for probably about 15 years. Entrepreneurship wasn't something that, for me, it wasn't something that I chose. It actually chose me. So I have 8 children. So I started pretty young. By the time I had 5 kids, I was working, being at a front desk or whatever it was. And you know how kids getting sick goes, right? So one kid gets sick and then passes on to the next kid. And every time I was going back to a job, I had to leave early, or the next day couldn't come because I didn't have coverage. You can't take your kids to the daycare if they're sick. So it just became one of those situations that I didn't have a choice. It came to me. I was like, look, I kept getting fired from jobs, not because I wasn't good at what I did, but because I just couldn't keep the care going with my kids. So I said, you know what? Let me just try something. And I just started doing small side jobs. I found out that I was really good at a lot of things that I didn't know I was good at. I was good at consulting. I was good at organizational strategies. I was good at so much stuff. So I just started using some of the things that I had and started creating my own lane. So, but it took for me to change my mindset. So that's the first thing that you all need to know. You can't move if your mindset is wrong. If you're in the wrong circles, so this is why you need to be a part of a circle of this sort. Because if you're in the wrong circle, it doesn't matter what you do, you will not move forward. When you're dealing with people that are not moving the way that you're moving, unfortunately, how it happens is they start dragging you into everything else. So what you can do for them is pray for them, but you got to keep on your walk. So mindset is everything. So once I decided to change my mindset, change the people I was moving around and dealing with, then all of a sudden everything started coming along for me. So I have a credit company, and I've had a credit company for years. It's great to talk about credit. Everybody knows we all have that in common, right? Whether you have a 400 or 800, credit is important. But the same thing is, one of the biggest things is if you can't pay those bills, if you don't have the income to pay those bills. Right. I mean, credit is just what it is. It's the thing that's going to get set to the back burner, right? Because you're like, look, I can't afford it. So at the end of the day, I'll fix it later. I'll worry about it later. So one of the biggest things that I like to talk about is passive income. Passive income is super important. If you do not have some type of passive income, you have to start getting your mind going towards that, especially if your regular day-to-day is not bringing you the income that allows you the life that you want to live. Not the life that's forced on you, the life that you want to live. Right. So passive income could be anything. Chantel and I just actually released a WealthWise University, and we'll give you all the link to WealthWise University. That we have several different classes for different things. Amazon FBA. I know everyone has purchased something off of Amazon before. It's so easy to sell on Amazon. It's just a process. It's a process. And a lot of times people don't know what to do because they don't know the people that are going to put them in the place to do those things. So we want to be able to put you in the place to do those things. We're also helping with teaching people how to private label. If you haven't heard of private labeling before, it's literally taking anything that someone else is selling. You create your own label. We help you find the supplier. We help you understand the whole process. You can private label your own stuff. and then sell it on Shopify. You can sell it on your website. You can sell it on Amazon, on Etsy, on Pinterest. There's even digital products that you can sell that you actually have no products at all. You're just selling digital products. But the way that life is right now, everything is digital. You have to know how to market digitally. You have to know how to do all of these things and to be able to get the proper help and assistance to be able to understand the processes. So we're going to guide you through all of that with WealthWise University. Okay. So you all have to make sure, sign up for WealthWise University. It's super important. You guys can start with a little of nothing. So I know that most people get so caught up in, I don't have thousands of dollars to start a business. You don't need thousands of dollars to start a business. You need your mindset to be right. Once you have the mindset and God behind you, everything else is going to fall the way it's supposed to. Okay. So then we'll get at that point, once you kind of get your money where it needs to be, you're paying your bills on time, then you just need to understand how credit works, right? So credit is just an algorithm. It's just making sure you're paying your bills on time. You have the right amount of credit. You have the right amount of revolving loans, versus everything else. So we can help you through that as well. I have several different ways that you can, if you actually have bad credit and need help, I can help you with that. If you just need help on kind of how to structure your credit or how to build credit, a lot of people just don't understand it. So when you don't understand it, it's like, okay, I have bills on there, but I don't have any good credit. So we can help you with that as well. And if you just have bad credit, you put a bunch of stuff on there, you need help getting it off. So we have a class that we can actually teach you how to do it yourself, which is, of course, the least expensive way. Or you can always come through me and I can help you out as well. So either one of those. So also, I am a mortgage broker. In my brokerage, I know a lot of people are so scared of purchasing a home. They just feel like it's just too much. The process is too much. They ask for too many papers and all that kind of stuff. But what I specialize in is having a solution for everyone. So I actually have, I have programs that can give you no W-2s, no tax returns. If you don't have all that stuff, we can still help you purchase a home. So you don't have to have all of that stuff. You just need to have mindset ready and money ready. And your credit has to be up to par as well. But we can lend down to a 600. So yeah, we definitely. Interest rates are getting better. I know everyone is like, they don't want to purchase because interest rates are crazy. A lot of people are saying, oh, don't purchase because the interest rates are crazy. But it's a good idea to purchase now. And then in 6 months, when the presidential election comes, if you understand the market, the rates come down, you automatically are able to do a refinance. You can refinance your home at that time, and then you'll be able to tremendously get your interest rates down. So I'm about to purchase my second house. So I'm kind of new to purchasing myself. So I bought 3 years ago, and I knew that it was a good idea to purchase. For me, it was because I didn't want anybody telling me about my dogs. I have a big dog, and I was tired of when I went to renter, you went to go rent, and they're like, oh, no dogs, your dog's too big, and all this. So I was like, look, I need to buy a house. So I didn't go in for the right reasons, right? But I just knew that I didn't want anybody telling me what to do. Well, I learned a huge lesson on purchasing, because I went in my house, lived there for 3 years, and when I sold my house, I made $150,000. And I was like, wait a minute, when I calculate how much I paid for mortgage over those 3 years, I made such, and that was an investment, right? So if you think about that, you're paying rent every month, that's going towards somebody else's mortgage, right? So I think about it as like a savings account. If you're paying your mortgage every month and it's going into that account, when you sell, it's yours. So one of the things that African Americans don't understand or have an issue with understanding is that assets are everything. Yeah. Are everything. And guess what? When you have assets, you don't have to borrow from anyone else. Yeah. You need some money, you borrow from yourself. Yeah. It just makes the process so much easier. So there are so many gems that we want to teach you all, just helping you, walking you through the process. A lot of time I've had to learn a lot of hard, very, very expensive lessons. So we want to keep you guys from learning those expensive lessons and be able to just show you the way and help you get some money and raise financial awareness and have you guys, really living the way you want to live, not the way you're forced to live. So, Amen. All right.
Tanya don't like the mic, but I like my voice. You know, I learned how to speak, honey. I learned how to speak. I need to hear myself. Praise Jesus. All right, all right, you guys. So Tanya's so modest, but Tanya's the one that makes sure I get to the money. Okay, she makes sure I get to the real money. Ain't that right, Tanya? I call her with an idea. She be like, so what we need to do is do this and then do this and then we're gonna do this. I told her that day when God told me to move to Florida. I said, girl, I guess it's time for me to move to Florida. She texted me, talking about, here goes to you some properties, here to your location. Girl, how you find me a place to stay? I ain't even looked yet. She said, well, you said God said, so it's time for you to go, okay? And then she helped me get my first house in Florida. Ain't that right, Tanya? She said, how much you need it to say, because we gonna figure it out. We gonna make sure that we got the right lending company, because you about to get your house, okay? I was like, okay, girl. She made it happen. She gave me the motivation that I needed. So you guys, that's what we're getting ready to do is transition. Y'all see my little baby? Hey, virtually, y'all can't see her. She's so beautiful. Uh, so the next transition, two things before we transition. We in school, we in class, but I want y'all to go back to when you were a kid. I need you guys to open up your minds. I need you to imagine. I need you to have fun. I don't want us to be uptight. Y'all see these games I put on the table? Hold on, let me make sure they can see. I know y'all remember Trouble. Who remember Trouble? Y'all remember? See, okay, y'all remember Trouble. I need us to let loose, let go. I'm gonna do y'all how I do y'all in the daycare, okay? If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, and your face will truly show it. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, stomp your feet. If you're happy and you know it, stomp your feet. If you're happy and you know it, and your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, stomp your feet. Shanique with me, come on, girl, that's what I'm talking about. And she remixed it. Okay, you work with kids, don't you? Oh, I already know, because you know we be in there remixing songs, don't we? Okay, yeah, we know. She got the remixing for me. Yes, girl, we here. We here. So I want y'all to go back to that. If you happy and you know it, clap your hands, okay? I need you to clap your hands for yourself, because we got some celebration to do. We got some breakthrough to do, okay? We release it, we relinquish it. We're going back to what we said we wanted to do as kids. We're learning what we need. We got the cheat code now. We're going back to being kids again. We're going back to say, okay, I'm going back to what rightfully belongs to me. Whatever vision, whatever creativity God placed in your bosom, in your mind, in your belly, we are taking it back and we are coming out, okay? So as we go over, even though we went through class, and I remember back in the day, y'all know y'all like being in class, I know. But we're going to have fun, okay? So we're going to take a couple of intermissions. We're going to take some breaks. We're going to play some games. I need your mind to be there. We got some bingo. We're going to win. If your number is called, you're going to win a prize. Virtual, I'll let y'all know how y'all going to win. Y'all should have been in the building because we excited, okay? So we got games to win. Virtually, you should have received the emails, downloads of the booklets. We're going to get ready to go over the booklets. The key to saving. So get your mind ready to save. I do two savings. I do either a strict budget or I do a little budget. It depends on what I need and what I'm trying to accomplish. If you need something to break through now, I want you to do your part, and God is going to meet you right where you are, because he already know that you was going to show up. He knew you was going to get your budget together, and y'all can be like, Chantel, I got the breakthrough soon as I left, okay? So I want y'all to be ready to receive. So we're going to get ready to switch over. If you're at home, y'all got some games, whatever you got, I need you to get your mind right. I need you to focus on where God is taking you today. Go back to imagining. Go back to childlike faith. Y'all know the word of God says you cannot come to me until you enter into me like a child. You have to become a child again to enter into God. So I want you to become a child again. I want you to have faith, even as small as a mustard seed, that will move mountains. I want you to close your eyes. In your bag, you have blindfolds. These blindfolds are, I don't care what you see when you walk out this building. I want you to close your eyes and say, God, I trust you. God, I trust you. God, I trust you in the name of Jesus. So if you're here, you have blindfolds, I want you to cover your eyes and listen to the voice of God. He's going to direct your every single step. I want you to put your blindfold on so that you don't see what's going on, but you hear the voice of God. All right. Can somebody, before we go on break, can somebody do a demonstration with these blindfolds for me?
I got you.
Walk in front of the camera.
Come on up here for me. Thank you. Thank you, Prophet Michelle.
Argue down. Argue down.
This is how God is getting ready to move in your life. Y'all see Prophetess Michelle, she could see me, right? So she could see attacks of the enemy. She could see everything that's going on. Yeah, she could see everything, right? So now I want you to cover your eyes up. Y'all ready? Cover your eyes. Wait, no, don't cover your eyes. I'm gonna let her cover her eyes so y'all can see the demonstration that I'm doing. I just want to make sure y'all have them. So, Prophet Michelle, how many hands I got up? Prophet Michelle, can you see this now? So she can't see, right?
No.
So she can't see now the attacks that the enemy is blowing her way, right? But see, the thing is, you always hear the voice of God.
My.
Prophetess Michelle,
Yes.
I need you to go to the right.
Yes.
Prophetess Michelle,
Yes.
I need you to go to the left. Prophetess Michelle, I need you to walk forward to the front. She never lost the voice of God. See, that's what we're doing in our faith walk. We're not going by what we see. We're going by the voice of God. God says, my sheep will hear my voice. My sheep will know my voice. See, sometimes you're going to go through some storms, and the storms that I had to walk through, I didn't want to be able to see it. But I knew that if I would close my eyes and I would keep the main thing, as God told me to shift, as God said pivot, as God said turn to the right, I knew that I could hear his voice. And so that's what I began to do. God, I'm following your voice. I'm doing what you told me to do. And so he told me to tell you today, I know we're not in church, but I know that I stand on the word of God. And he told me to tell you that if you would just follow my voice, I will lead you the way. I will show you where you're going. And he said, I want you, even if it gets dark, even if it gets scary, I need you to close your eyes and I need you to press in. I need you to walk. I need you to trust me. God said, do you trust me? He asked me, he said, do you trust me? If you trust me, you will go. You will go. So that's what this is about today. Praise Jesus. So we're getting ready to go into our financial literacy, our savings budget, and then we're going to go back into the vision. So again, we're going to go back into the vision. We have the vision boxes. You're going to put things in your vision box, or we're going to create vision boards. But before you touch that board, before you touch that box, I need you to go back to that childlike faith. I need you to go back to saying, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. Y'all know how our children do. Mama, you said you was going to take me to McDonald's. Mama, you said you was going to do this. I want y'all to say, God, you said that you would give me everything that I asked for in the name of Jesus, because my will is lined up with your will. Y'all understand me? So we're going back to our childlike faith. God told you, remember we used to be a kid and we were like, I'm going to be a doctor, I'm going to be a lawyer, I'm going to be a singer, I'm going to be a this. And we didn't stop saying what we're going to be. That's what we're going to say today. So we're going to put it on a vision board. We're going to make it plain, and it surely will come to pass in the name of Jesus. So virtually, give us 2 minutes. We're going to take a 2-minute intercession. We're going to pull up this presentation, and we're going to get into the financial literacy part. here to learn, set a foundation, to build, and to grow. All right. So our class, our students, they ready. They got their childlike mindset on. They are learning. They're back in the classroom. Y'all ready to learn?
Yeah.
All right, you guys. So I just want to break down, breakdown wealth mindset virtually. You should be able to see a PowerPoint presentation at this moment. You'll see me, but you'll also see a PowerPoint presentation on the virtual screen. So you let us know if you see it. It's all right. Let us know if you see it. But we are jumping into the first slide, which is called Circle Breakdown Wealth Mindset Action. Cultivate income. So the C and the I in the breakdown for Circle, Millionaire Circle. Y'all know we've been talking about a Millionaire Circle. So what does this Millionaire Circle mean? Because right now we are gathered in this group. We are committing to this, right? Y'all with me on this?
Yes.
We're going to walk this walk, Millionaire Circle. We're going to create a Facebook group. We're going to check in. We're going to see if everybody doing what they were supposed to do. I'm going to send my homework assignments out to y'all. So we in this together. This is a group, okay? In a minute, we're going to have all our jackets and shirts on, okay? So y'all got to know what it means when y'all tell somebody about it, okay? So next time, invite a friend. But cultivate income streams. And Tanya actually hit this already for us, which is the meaning this refers to actively creating multiple sources of income. The thing is not relying solely on one paycheck, not living from paycheck to paycheck. Y'all remember when I first started, I said I would never live paycheck to paycheck. I did not want somebody to be in control of how I lived if I had something, if I didn't have enough funding. So living from one paycheck to one paycheck can be very risky. A wealthy mindset encourages diversified income by starting even a side hustle, investing, and acquiring rental properties. So as I talked about my childcare facility, that is not only my only source of income, remember, because things can go up, things can come down. Y'all remember, I got excited about having to pay over $500,000 worth of salaries, but that can go up, that can go down. Whose salary is cut first? Yours. Mine. Because I need the staff. I need them to be there. So I can't tell them they can love me as much as they want to. Let me not give them their check on Friday, right. Okay? They're going to say, I love you, but I'm going to love you over here from a distance. So the first check that is cut is mine. So again, when I tell y'all I've learned financially savviness, remember I had spent everything I had to start the first childcare facility. So my next goal was to again save, to increase, to have what I needed. So I began to invest. And I tell you, I had a mentor. And my mentor told me, I said, I finally, I went down to zero. I finally saved again. And I finally had a little change in my pocket. I thought I was doing something. I was like, ooh, I finally got a little change back in my pocket, And we were going through the recession. And so y'all know the price of the properties dropped. Yep. And so my mentor, I did not understand what he was telling me. Y'all, when I say it sounded like he was speaking a foreign language to me, it sounded like he was speaking a foreign language. The properties went down to $20,000 for properties. He said, buy more. And I'm like, do you know I just made this money back and you telling me to flip the money again? I did not understand it. So one, I may tell you some things that don't make sense right now, but I'm telling you through experience that it worked. Y'all know how you tell your children something because you don't want them to hit the same things that you did? That's what I'm doing as a mentor to y'all. I'm telling you things because I went through it. I went through the failures that I didn't say too much about, but I went through a lot of failures, but I went through a lot of successes that I'm going to show you my successes. So but with that, I'm giving you advice. So my mentor told me, he said, purchase the property. And I looked at my bank account and I looked at the property. I looked at my bank account and I looked at the property. But I listened and I purchased my first investment property. I purchased my first investment property. Soon as I had gained the capital, I think I purchased it maybe for like $24,000. I began to invest and fix it up, doing little things around, but maybe spending, I'm going to say, just to fix paint, do all the little things that need to be done, I probably end up spending $30,000. You guys know that over, I'm going to say about 10 years, I rented the property out. So every single year, I only invested $30,000. It was paid for, it was cash. For 10 years, I had this property. And I literally made over $300,000-$400,000 off of it because I'm renting it. It's just rental property. So I learned the concept that I listened to my mentor. I was obedient. I was obedient to God because God used my mentor to help me to be obedient and do what needed to be done. Because at that age, I had no clue about investing. I did not know the power in investing or home ownership. I had no clue about that. Okay. And so once I invested in this property, I remember I only paid $30,000 for it. Maybe a few years ago, I sold it
few years ago, I think when the pandemic happened, I think I sold it for over 200,000. That was just one. I had another property too that I paid off. And you understand what I'm saying? But God allocated me. So even though I didn't understand, even though I made that sacrifice at that moment, which felt like a sacrifice, because I'm like, Lord, you want me to be broke again? I think you set me up. I felt some kind of way. But I'm grateful and thankful that I purchased my first investment property. Oops, thank you. But again, multiple sources, thank you. Multiple sources of income. So I invested, I purchased the property, I sold it, and y'all know at that moment I thanked my mentor. So for that process, I did not understand. I was looking at him like, you don't know what you're talking about. And I wished at that point I would have purchased more because he had told me to. He said, I need you to purchase several of them. And I was looking like, I'm gonna do this right here. And then of course I had two by then later on, but it was the one I lived in. But even the one I lived in, I paid. So the property that was at first, I paid $20,000. 10 years later, I made money off it the whole time. And then the value of it, y'all know the value went up to over $100,000. And I was able to sell it at that time too, something I paid $20,000 for. So again, we want to make sure, now the investment is a little different now, y'all know, but property is a scarcity. So you can never fail in property. You can never fail in home ownership because it's a scarcity. You're not going to get more land. We're not going to get more property. So people say, well, should I the invested property? I see some people are trying to invest before they save. I want you to save, then invest. Okay, that's the process. So I need you to save first, then invest. So y'all got multiple streams of income. Multiple streams of income. It doesn't necessarily have to be the property. If you got a side hustle and it's closed, sell your shirts, open up an online boutique, online clothing store, because that's going to give you more revenue to do what with it? Save. Okay, I want y'all to stay with that because we always gonna save. Okay.
Invest.
Y'all feel me? Yes. Live expansively and not extravagantly. We have to make sure that we're not trying to keep up with the Joneses, okay? So we're saving so that we can create generational wealth. We're saving so that we can, because remember I told you, it's not just about you. Where we're walking to is not just about you. It's for people that's attached and connected to you. So again, the concept is financial freedom doesn't mean giving up enjoyment either. Well, for me, it was for a temporary amount of time. I always say that, a temporary amount of time because I knew where I was going. So my temporary sacrifice still was taking me to where I still was able to enjoy. And let me tell you something, even though I had a temporary sacrifice, I still made sure me and my son enjoyed life. I still made sure that I created fun, creative activities. Still to this day, me and my kids went in the backyard of my new house, and I said, we sacrificed. We bought this new house now. We couldn't find something. We went outside and we had a picnic on the park. Okay, and you couldn't tell them kids they wasn't at Disney World. Okay, you have to be creative. That's why I said go back to being a kid again. If you're bored, they're bored. I tell my staff that all the time. If you're bored, they're bored. So same thing with my kids. I still have a great fulfilling life, even when we didn't have much or nothing. Me and my son would still go out to the dollar movie. We just was more mindful of it. On Tuesday. Right. Dollar movie. Free on Tuesday. So I still want you to enjoy life. Don't be looking like, oh, here she go. We finna have to suffer. And that's our mentality. Remember, Tanya said it's a mindset shift. I need your mindset shift to get ready to enjoy this new lifestyle that we're walking into. That just means I'm just stewarding the money back. I'm stewarding the money with wisdom. I still can purchase what I want, but I'm mindful of it. I don't make what emotional purchases. I'm gonna think about it. I'm gonna walk myself through it. Rome seen me. I said, well, let me see, because we went somewhere. I said, I didn't plan for this, and she said, you actually said you. I said, okay, I did plan for it, but she seen me. Like, I still to this day analyze, what am I spending on? What am I doing it for? Is it for me? Is it because I said I wanted, or is it because I'm trying to keep up with somebody? And I'm gonna tell y'all, it's never because I'm trying to keep up with anybody. Amen. Because I'm so safe in where God has placed me. So again, we're still gonna enjoy this budget process. Okay, y'all with me?
Yeah.
The next thing that was very powerful for me was to eliminate debt. Okay, this refers to effectively managing, reducing, and aiming for financial independence. Independence. Eliminating debt was so key for me as well. Okay, I wanted to make sure. That's why I was able to fix my credit. I had someone very dear, very close to me, actually mess up my credit. You know how family members do, and you know they get in and they begin to do some connery stuff on your credit. And I remember I just didn't want to get them in trouble because I could have easily disputed it, but at that point I didn't want to get them in trouble. But see, God allowed me to go through that because in my mind, if I had my credit good where it was be, I would have went and bought a $300,000 child care facility. That the experience, the things I went through, I wouldn't have been able to afford it. I would have went out of business trying to start so big because I really didn't have the skills and the techniques that I needed to keep me through it. So at that point, when somebody did what they did to my credit, I didn't let that stop me.
Amen.
I said, I'm still going to do what you promised me that you would provide for me. And so even through that process, I went to the drawing board. I said, okay, I can only use this money that I have. So begin little at a time, I began to learn how to get out of debt. I learned on my own how to dispute my credit reports. I learned on my own how to allow those things to drop off. So I went from a credit score because somebody messed it up with being patient, allowing the process to drop off. And now I walk around with a credit score, and I've posted it before. You guys online, y'all seen it, where my credit score was an 813. But remember, it was down there with the, with the low balls, but I still begin to move. And y'all, even when my credit wasn't that good, when I tell you God provides, God provides.
Yeah.
I walked into when I needed some vans for the child care facility, and I think at this time my credit was a 6 something. I walked in, God said, get 2. I said, God, you talking to me now? You want me to get 2 vans? He said, I said 2. Do y'all know I walked in, purchased 2 vans, and walked out with 2 vans on credit that I felt like wasn't that good. They was at 6s, but they wasn't worth at a 600 credit score. But God said, I'm going to give you all that you need. So I walked out with my needs met. So again, eliminating debt is going to be so important. We want healthy debt. Healthy debt is going to be the key. So Tanya, I'm going to show you how to have healthy debt that will help you expand your business, but it's going to be with control. Okay. So now the fun part, expense budget report. So you guys, you have your booklets. Go ahead and open up your booklets. If you are online, you can see our little booklet report.
I see that.
I think it's on page 3.
Like mine. This is filled out.
All right. We got a great student now. She got to class early. And she already filled out her budget report. Okay, she's not playing. She is leaving this class today with her new home. Okay.
That's right.
So you guys, as you see on the first page, the sample budget on the first page, you guys can see here that most people don't put anything in their savings and they don't do anything in their offerings and in their giving. Okay, so we're switching that around. This first concept is going to be a sample budget. And then the second one is going to be a revised budget. So as you fill this column out, I want you to be realistic. I want you to write down all your expenses. And y'all know we have expenses that I'm talking about, the miscellaneous, when you run in the store and you get a bottle of water, when you really can go get a whole patch, a bottle of water, and have them in your car instead of paying $3 for one bottle. You can pay $3, thank you, for a whole case. So we are going to be smart about these decisions at this point, okay? So all your budget, I want you to put realistic: hair, nails, food, miscellaneous, whatever it is. Everything. Now we're gonna go to the revised budget. Now the revised budget, if you guys notice, I now have something in my savings. I'm gonna make sure, I don't care, remember I told y'all, even if it was only $25, what did I say? I put $25 in this savings portion, whatever it was. Then we go to offerings. I told everybody, even if you feel like, God, I just don't have it to give. I started off, I promise you, I started off with a card that says, I owe you. And I began to be consistent. I said, God, I owe you what I said. $20 was my goal, because y'all remember back in there, didn't have much, so he knew my heart. But I put on a card, God, I owe you. And I was faithful with that card. God, I owe you. God, I owe you. Do y'all know instantly I was able to start giving that $20 to him? Because I was creating, again, remember I said consistency and discipline. I was creating that cycle that, God, I'm giving to you. And as I looked at the card, God, I owe you $20. All of a sudden, I began to have that $20 that I was able to give him. And then that $20 went up. That $20 became $200 and so forth and so on. Y'all understand what I'm saying? So, but it was because I put it in my mind. I seen the vision. I wrote it down. I made it plain, and it came into fruition. Y'all understand what I'm saying? And so that commitment was saying, God, I'll never let the money be bigger than you. And so that's why I have this at the top. God, I'll never let money be bigger than you, because I knew that if I chased God, he would allow the money to chase me. And that's when the trajectory changed, because that's what happened. The money began to chase me. So again, y'all always see this filled out. The rent is the same, but as we go down, y'all see that we took some things out. We took the cable out. I felt like I literally turned my cable off. I'm like, the cable ain't coming out. I'm turning the cable off. I'm done with the cable. I began to drop some of the things that I needed. The hair, y'all know now. I'm just gonna be transparent with y'all. My mama didn't give me some good hair, so I went on the budget, but I went and got braids. Okay, so I said, Lord, I'm gonna bring the hair down a little bit, but I had to be realistic. I knew. Technical difficulties, but I think we're back on and we're getting close, y'all. So we're gonna get ready to do a breakout session after I hit this. I'm gonna try to go through this part real fast. Y'all seen this? The realistic budget y'all are working on, okay? The income. Remember we talked about the side hustle, the salary, your side hustle, your business one, your business two, your business three. So at this point here, we have 6,300, right? So this is your income report card. Some people don't know how much is coming in and how much is going out. Some people feel like I'm I'm broke, but it's no, but in reality, they're spending too much money.
Right.
So sometimes they have an extra
Mhm.
500 or they have an extra check, but they didn't spend it all. So this makes you break down and see realistically what you have. Some people in the negative and didn't even know they was in the negative. Because there's some people that making six figures, over six figures, but they spending so much of it that they think, oh, I got it. They just spend it. So we want to make sure we check out and see where you are. So our total income here was 6,300. Our total expenses was 3,100. This person has $3,000 that they can save, but they keep saying they broke. Okay, so this is an example of someone
That's
having
good, huh?
it and not realizing that they have it.
That's good.
So then after we get to the savings and we got a plan, right? We got a plan. We want to make sure we have a plan. We have a blueprint. We know what to do. We know where we're going. We know if we need to bring in extra income. So if you did your expense and you was in a negative, some people be in a negative, like, oh my goodness. Oh, no, it's okay. It's okay. Now we know what you need to do. So if you're in a negative $500, it's okay. Now we know how to eliminate, and now you need to make what? More money. So once you begin to make more money, now we're trying to get you out of debt. So once I begin to bring in income again, I said I'm gonna make sure that I come out of debt. So that's when I begin to do the snowball effect. Some people say they don't like it. I love it. I take, because I feel accomplished. I take the credit card, whatever credit card that I use that was the lowest. So if it had $200 on there, that's the one I'm paying first. Because that's gonna make me feel accomplished. It's gonna make me feel like I got something done. So guess what? Because if you start paying the highest one first, you're gonna always feel like you trying to keep up. And so it's gonna discourage you. What you gonna do when you get discouraged? We push to the side. Like, I ain't doing that anymore. So I want you guys to start with the smallest credit card, and you're gonna begin to pay that one off. Once you pay that one off, the money that you were using to pay that one off, you're now gonna use that money, and then you're paying the minimum with the other one. You're now gonna move to the second credit card that might be $500 now, and you're gonna use whatever you were paying for this one, and you're gonna now apply it to the second one. After that, it's just gonna continue to be a trickle effect. You're gonna get excited. You're gonna wanna be out of debt. And I'm not gonna say close your credit cards, cancel your credit cards. I'm just gonna say move them to the side and be disciplined until you get everything together.
Right.
But now you can save. At one time I felt like I was paying so many credit cards and I'm like, I'm just paying these credit cards and I can't catch up. Like I can't get it right. So I had to cancel the debt. And once I began to cancel the debt, as I did the credit cards, y'all know what I did next. I said I went to my cars. Okay, these cars gonna be paid. To me, it's no point in me riding around a luxury car and I can't pay it off.
Right.
It just don't add up, because if I can't pay it off, I mean, I didn't need it to begin with. You know what I'm saying? So we have to think like that. I rode around in my Honda even after I started my business for years and years and years. Because I knew the concept. Because remember, I said some people get more money, but they get more debt. And so they feel like they didn't get up.
Right.
So I said, I'm gonna keep this Honda because at this point it was paid for. Okay. You know, I knew who I was. I didn't have to worry about you knowing who I am. Okay. So when I finally did get an electric car, can y'all say we did what? It was paid for. You understand what I'm saying? So I just want y'all to understand that debt was so important. The next thing that I hit was my first home, because I didn't tell y'all that even though I bought an investment property before that, remember we had a home daycare.
Right.
So I purchased my first home, even under all the odds that was against me, even when somebody else tried to mess up my credit and, do fraud on my stuff. I purchased my own home. So my mind focus was to do what? Pay that home off as well. So I paid that home off. So again, we're working on these, and I promise you, it's possible. Some people just don't know it's possible. Remember, I came from not having much of nothing. Didn't nobody give me no inheritance. My kids will have inheritance, but I didn't have an inheritance, okay? So we all can do this if we just set our mind to doing it. The next one, again, is goals. Any major products, any goals, I want you to write that down today. All these things that you have goals, major products. Remember, before I started my business, I had a date. Remember, I told y'all God gave me a date. When I got ready to leave my job, I always made a date. A date makes you accountable to what you said. If you say, oh, I'm going to leave my job, you're going to keep saying that for 2, 3, 4 years. Yeah. And so God said, you got 1 year. And in 1 year, I set a date, I wrote it, and it said May something. And y'all know when I seen that coming up, I think in March, April, I started walking around and I told people. Because I wanted them to make me accountable. I still wasn't ready yet, but I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and I think I'm about to leave. Lord, I'm about to do this. But I remember saying it because now I'm accountable. Because guess what? You know what your homegirl gonna do? I thought you was leaving because they want you to stay anyway. I thought you was leaving. I thought you was leaving, So I made goals and I set a date and I created execution steps. So whatever your goals are, I want you guys to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And I want you to check in. What have you done? Check in with yourself. Don't leave this book down. You don't go back to it. We have to revisit the vision. I see so many people creating vision boards and visions, but they never go back to the last vision that they created. You create a whole new vision board. But what did you write on the other one? And sometimes, and sometimes you've actually accomplished it. You just didn't write it down to know that you wrote, you living in some of the prayers that you asked for. So I want you to revisit the vision to see if you're accomplishing those goals. Did you actually do your budget? Did you actually launch out? Did you make your flyer to say you're going to open up what kind of store? I want you to revisit the vision and find your accountability partner. Y'all know I have a few accountability partners, trying to be in one of them. And I can't tell her nothing because I told y'all she went ahead and found the places for me, okay? So find you a good person that's going to make you accountable, okay? They're not scared to tell you when you're right and you're wrong. Right. They'll tell you. I don't want nobody to be my yes man, okay? Right. I need some friends that's going to be like, so Frank, what you doing? Yeah. You said you was doing this, okay? So, SAC lifestyle, coming on to the last slide. SAC lifestyle, this is a lifestyle that I've learned to live. The first step I told you guys is sacrifice. I had to be willing to make some sacrifices to know ultimately where I was really going. The next one was action. Action was making a change, not just complaining about where I was, but actually taking an action step to going to where I needed to be. And then the third one was consistency, being consistent with it. Whatever I said I was going to do, consistency takes a lot. So that's why I always tell you, start with something little and just be consistent with it. Because if you try to go with something big, it's going to discourage you and then you're going to stop it. The last step, which is hard for everybody, is change. Change. Nobody likes change, and we know that. We don't like change today, okay? A little change takes us a long way. So we're going to be willing to change. And so at this time, you guys, we have entered into the last bullet point session. Before we go into our vision, I want y'all to go to the I Believe Declaration page. And I want y'all to say this with me, okay? We're believing, we're imagining, we're getting our mindset right. We're going to start with I believe, starting with abundance. We'll start with abundance. I believe all my needs are met according to the riches and glory of God. I am filled with gratitude for the abundance that surrounds me. Now we're going to connecting into wealth. I believe I am a magnet for prosperity. I believe I am wealthy and worthy of receiving wealth in abundance. My intuition guides me towards opportunities that bring financial security. I believe that I am attracting money. I believe money flows to me easily and effortlessly. I am open to receiving abundance in all forms. I believe I am a wealth creator. My actions and energy attract prosperity into my life. Now we're feeling empowered. I believe I am confident in my ability to manage my finances wisely. I make sound financial decisions that lead to growth. I am worthy of financial freedom. Abundance is my birthright. Say it one more time. Y'all understand? God said He gave us an inheritance. Rightfully belongs to us. I need us to go get what belongs to us. Amen. Awesome. Yes, that is the close of our first portion of our session. We are getting ready to break out, take some more pictures. We're getting ready to actually eat. Once we do that, please make sure you guys take tons of pictures. We also please visit our vendors. We have Prophetess Michelle vending table with Jordan. She said, don't leave her out. She gets paid for this. Jordan's in the building. They have books on their table. We have the Power by Prayer. Let Me Pray About It shirts. They are present. Y'all check us out. And so please visit our vending tables. We have 2 more vending tables that's supposed to come. So y'all check them out as well. Then we're going to start working on the vision. We're going to start working on our vision board. We're going to start applying some of the principles playing a little games, getting open. So we're gonna break out, you guys. If you go ahead and we're going to break virtually. If you guys are on, please go get your vision board. Hopefully, you got your vision board. Go ahead and start applying some of your principles. You guys received a booklet. You guys should have received your little booklet. You have your positive affirmation cards that you're supposed to put on your vision board. This is downloadable. Of course, you'll download it. We have a couple activities that we'll be doing later on. So thank you. We'll- A little side hustle. So you guys are gonna have to, you only have what, 5 minutes maybe?
Yeah, we'll give them like, no, 10 minutes.
10 minutes? Okay, we're gonna give you 10 minutes and you're gonna have to create a business out of the things that we place at your table.
Amen.
So if I bring you a stapler, you're gonna have to create a business off of this stapler.
They need to have how you would sell it, how you would market it. Just get creative. Get creative.
Because we're getting into our creativity. Ready?
Okay.
All right, so.
Exactly.
So I'm coming around and we're just bringing items to a staple. You may get a pen, you may get a marker that's already there, so we're just gonna place something. So let's start with the staple.
You got the staple.
I got the staple. Yeah, we gotta stop this. You doing it?
I'm gonna observe it all.
I'm gonna put the remote here.
All right, this is what y'all got. Y'all got 6. Okay, they have the remote.
Okay, one dollar.
Oh.
Look at the remote.
No, I'm gonna let this.
Oh, that's like so.
This is gonna be the remote. Y'all look at the remote.
So stage.
Okay, you're coming up with a pitch and how to sell this remote. Anyway, you could think outside the box.
Maybe some of the things that you would say on break or break pieces or riots.
It doesn't have to be so much. It can be a remote, put anything outside the box. Don't
You
you
can, it
can
can be a multiple remote that you can use for TV.
There you go. You can call, you can do it Monday.
See, you got
You
it.
already have it right there.
Already.
Exactly.
Build on.
Yeah, you know, you got a notes page. If you guys go into your booklet, you have a notes page in the back. And you're going to start your pitch. Tanya and I walk around and listen to your brainstorming ideas. We got 10 minutes.
Okay, so.
No, you didn't get, okay, they didn't get one vacation tip.
All right, you guys, so we are now back in session. If you are on virtually, we are grabbing things around the room and you are starting your pitch. So whatever you have in your house, I want you guys, even if it's a remote, I have a table that has a stapler. They are thinking outside the box. They are pitching their idea. They're coming up with an idea on how to promote this stapler. It may not be your normal stapler, but you're going to think of some way to sell this stapler.
Sell the product.
Sell the product.
How would I sound?
It does not have to be inside the box.
Yeah, multiple remote.
Can we see?
Which one? Okay.
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 All right, you guys, moving around the room, and everybody's working on their pitch. You guys should be working on your pitch. We are thinking outside the box. She said she doing her walk. All right, you guys, we got 10 minutes. 10 minutes to get your pitch. You guys online, drop it in the chat. What are you coming up with? 10 minutes.
Sold that.
Different electronics, like a TV, air conditioner,
That was so funny. What else we did?
house appliances. Okay, here's how you can potentially create a multiple system. You can remote Alexa, AI, and segregation, various electronics, set up.
Right.
Can we do it?
Okay. Will be advertised.
Okay, so this is. We got this computer phone. That's like, trying to film the
Oh, you were talking about the content. Oh,
we was gonna be.
the state.
Commercial.
Oh my God, this is so rich.
Don't tell nobody, can't tell nobody.
It's like a money item. I can tell you that it's so much. This is a big.
You can be.
Got it.
It's still. For offering compatible smart home devices like both. Oh, this is good.
Watch AI make it sound so.
Y'all are something else. They're just-
Like,
How y'all doing?
I mean, I can sell this thing.
So he just gonna come off the top of his head, up top of the top, right down the middle. Okay, yeah, keep right down.
But I just did.
Alright.
I'm sitting lean back.
Wait, hold on, wait. Husband and wife duo, like, what were you saying?
So I can sell anything. I will sell you your own weed back.
Okay. And then, Miss Wife, what are you doing for him?
I am just going to support the vision.
Come on.
We're going to write this down and make it plain.
Okay,
And we're gonna make this do what it do, so everybody buys the safe.
and you said it's support,
Yeah.
regardless of what he about to say, that's
That's right.
support, that's what I'm talking
That's what I'm talking about. Look.
about. Great.
Keywords.
Yeah, I can tell you.
Yes.
You gonna have it. We gonna make.
All right, is this grandma and,
see how she gets it? Okay, so you.
That's what it says. She bought us.
I come along back.
Oh, that bitch actually.
You ain't got no, you ain't got some.
All right.
I didn't cook it.
Thank you.
Bitch, you hear me?
where y'all been doing?
Every day.
We don't
Oh,
When you left.
Okay, where y'all at? Don't tell me everything, cause y'all working all over.
You ain't got. You-
Right, all right.
You trying to make me make bread? He's trying to convince me to make.
Okay, you got notes?
Okay.
I'm right now.
That's what you're doing.
Start your writing. Art, way to still, cut straight to the point. Size of the sharp is 59. Raise the sharp scissors with multiple uses. They're so sharp you can cut the cords.
Don't play. Okay.
She said it's
Cut the calls.
She rose.
Okay. All right, you guys, we got like 2-3 minutes and we're getting ready to, who's gonna be our first presenter?
Okay, I'll be the first presenter.
All right, the husband and wife duo, woo! They're gonna be the first presenter. And okay, 1 minute and they coming.
Are you on?
60 seconds. Let's see who wins, cause I got prizes. So
Okay.
y'all better take it serious. I got
They
prizes.
well, the glasses
Let me go
up,
get
girl.
some prizes out. I got prizes. You get some though.
You want the prize. I don't want to put it in front of you.
Right.
You know what that.
With it, yeah.
What's that here? Y'all see y'all proud and for no.
Okay, here's 5. So Pastor Henry, you guys are gonna have to step to the front.
Step two.
Like the sheep.
Step.
Okay.
in the front.
Audience, I need you guys, we're gonna have like at least 2 pictures come up here, 2 or 3 pictures. I need you guys to vote who did the best because they're getting the prize. So they have what, how many seconds to sell?
Well, however long you need, as long as under 2 minutes.
2 minutes, okay, so.
We prefer a 60-second pitch.
60 to, okay, he said he can sell anything. And his wife can support whatever he said.
All right.
All right, we're ready. You ready?
We're ready.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so our business name is Family Steaks. Our slogan is Family Staying Together. Our product, of course, is this beautiful, luxurious stapler.
Okay.
Got you go.
All right. I think that you ought to buy this product. Why? Because it serves as 3 constant reminders. It's black, just like you are. It reminds you of your struggle. And then the staple, it reminds you of your family that you ought to stay together.
Come on.
And then thirdly, it's what every black family needs, something that's affordable and reliable.
All right.
Bye.
All right. Okay. No, that's it. Okay, y'all ready?
Your turn.
Come on, y'all.
So,
Nobody put about it. Take my comment for that. Oh, she came up there.
Let's get this thing. Stop playing.
So our product is the Living Web. We are the sisters. This is our brand, okay? And this bottle right here, it contains 92 essential vitamins, and it is essential for your skin, your hair, your nails. You will be beautiful. Listen, they say black don't crack. You're drinking this water, and look at this beautiful, blessed child with that smooth skin that will last forever. The energy that you receive from drinking this water is life-giving. Drink the Living Well.
That's right.
You ready? That's such
We gotta keep going. We start these tables back here. I'm gonna have to give them a little push. They need a little.
I'm not somebody that's working smart. Y'all not ready? I thought y'all was working smart.
girl,
I'm over here showing this.
come on. This name.
They was working smart, not hard.
What's this name?
You just need the confidence, because I seen y'all. Oh, y'all, what you do? I got it on video. Y'all see them? Are they doing good? Are they doing okay? Okay, we got 1, 2. Okay, we got 1 more. Third presenter.
Anybody else think this name?
Okay.
That was a slow thing.
Did y'all win? Did y'all win?
No, that's it. That's it.
You played me on the back
You
end, but I
played
still
them back
support
in.
him.
Okay. That's all they need.
Oh, shit. Always in control.
All right, y'all, we got the third presenter.
Okay, so our name is Always in Control.
Let's see here.
Okay, hold on, y'all ready?
So this is for the we developed
Oh, they was checking.
smart remote. All right, with design of control that.
Hold on, y'all, do y'all hear this one?
And control multiple devices like TVs, air conditioners, lights, etc. Integrate Alexa or another AI voice assistant into the remote to enable voice command. Ensure the remote has connective options like Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, infrared, etc. to interfere with different electronics.
Thank you. Now, let me tell y'all why they was working smart and not hard.
Cause they.
Because they did what? What y'all did?
They
They use AI. Thank you. Yes. Nothing is wrong with that. They use AI. Let it be.
Ain't
No,
nothing
no,
wrong
no,
with
I'm not saying use AI completely on your business brain. You're gonna type in your stuff, you're gonna put most of your stuff in there, but allow AI to help you expand on it, okay? So we definitely want to use AI, and so they were able to work smart and not hard. Great job. All right, so we're gonna do a really quick one off of where my lemon at?
I got the next one tomorrow.
Oh, you got okay, go ahead. I didn't see it. Look, Pastor Henry, but listen, y'all got a business because even if it wasn't now, when Pastor Henry is now consulting for the other businesses, you see, you just went around helping everybody. That quick. Okay, y'all, we got one more.
Okay, let's do this.
Gems of Steel is our name, and we are sisters. Okay, so this is a blade of steel that cuts straight to the point, small in size. These blades of sharp scissors have multiple uses. They're so sharp you can cut the cords. These scissors can be placed any sharp item that you have at home. Sharp as any two-edged sword. Limited time only. You buy one, you get one.
All right.
You get one.
Wait first.
You buy one, you get one.
That's it. I want to get one.
That's it.
That's good.
I gave him another business.
I'm so mad.
They got a cup. I gave him another business name. Name it, pour it in a cup. Sell it.
That's selling.
They have this money, you tell everybody the instructions on it.
Is that Caucasian?
Pastor Henry, can you sell? I got one more activity. Or can you
Yes,
sell
you
it?
sell this
You
lemon
sell
to her?
That lemon to her?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I want you to, give Pastor Henry the lemon. I need one more person.
One more. Who wants to help?
Let me hold the lemon.
I'm giving, I got you sell this side. Y'all gotta go that way first. Them two gonna sell the lemon? Okay, they gotta go outside where they can't hear me. I gotta give everybody the instructions real quick.
Hilarious.
Make sure they can't hear me.
The reason why he's buying it.
Just this one.
Just that one.
Just this one.
Yes. Okay, y'all. So this, like I said, real quietly. So the key to this lemon is I need this lemon. I need this lemon because it's gonna help me cure a cancer problem. I'm a pharmaceutical rep. So this lemon slice is worth millions of dollars to me. So I would, they don't know. They just gonna sell it to me, and they have to see who's gonna sell it to me first. But they not gonna know why. So sometimes we don't know the value of what we have. So as they're holding it, they don't know how much value it is to me.
Right.
So they're just selling it, not realizing, but their job is to see why I want to do this.
Exactly.
So a lot of times when you're selling your product, you want to see your audience, you want to see your customer, you want to know why do you need this? And once you learn why they need it, then that's why you're going to sell it. And that's what brings the value, okay? So a lot of times in business, I have to know why you need childcare. Why? Because I can't sell you something that you don't need. It's not worth anything if it doesn't need it, right? So you can bring them in, tell them to sit me in a pitch, and so they don't know how much I'm willing to pay them about it. But they don't. See, y'all know the hint. Y'all can't tell them now.
Right.
Get these.
See, I'm willing to pay. See, they don't know that. So my job is to not let them know why I need the limit. But I like the limit that they got because there's no more limits. I need what
Okay,
they got.
good here. They're
Who's
selling.
coming first? Are y'all good?
They together.
Are y'all together?
Y'all together. Y'all together.
Okay, y'all on the team? All right, come on. Come sell me this lemon.
Sell this lemon.
Hey, how are you? I think y'all got some great lemons. Well, I'm in the business to buy these lemons. How much are they cost? How much do they cost?
This lemon is 50 cents a slice.
50 cents a slice? All right, that's great. I mean, that's all y'all just came in, 50 cents a slice.
Yep.
50 cents a slice. You get 6 slices.
All right, 50 cents a slice. You just gonna throw the cost out there for me. That lemon in. 50 cents a slice, that's it.
Now you ought to take this lemon because it comes on the white napkin to remind you.
Go ahead.
To remind you that it's sanctified.
Okay. Oh, and you put the anointing on there.
Then not only is the anointing on,
Okay.
but it also it's a purifier. It
Okay.
purifies your water.
Wow.
It purifies your food. It adds flavor.
Say now.
And it allows your food to last longer.
Yeah.
Say now.
Oh, it preserves.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Get this lemon.
Yes.
It's a slice. And so we are not we're not the best to sell these, but we're the best to sell these.
This lemon. See, I was willing to pay $1 million for this lemon, but I paid you 50 cents. See, this right here, I'm a pharmaceutical rep, and this is a cure to cancer.
My.
See, you gave me too much information too soon. So I got my little 50-cent lemon, and I'm gonna go sell it for $2.3 million. See, I got you. See, he thought he could sell anything. You sold that lemon. You didn't see how much I was willing to pay for this lemon.
It's slice.
You
Now, I got more slices.
sold.
No, why you make the millions? I'm making millions. I gotta hold you some more. 50 cents a slice. It's only 6 slices. Come on.
So do y'all see how you can sell yourself short?
Oh yeah.
He sold himself really short. He was so eager to just sell this one slice of lemon. And sometimes we do that in business. We are so eager to sell what we have, not realizing the value in what we really have. So I want us to not just study and start a business. I want you to learn the value in your business. See, when I first started my business, I didn't know the value of what I had.
That's good.
Y'all understand that I was doing free child care. I was doing child care for $50 a week. I was doing all, free registration because I didn't know the value of what I had. But once I learned my value, come on, let's go. Come on, you can teach with me now. Come on. And look, wife over here, because you know this is important. And so she like, boy, you over here finna sell this for 56, man. She over here like, we can get $1 million and you selling it for 50.
I was thinking about the whole vineyard lemons, but still.
So you learned the lesson.
Yes.
So find out. Sometimes and I'm gonna say sometimes in business, because I love to talk, sometimes we talk too much. When you're selling something, you need to allow your customer to talk. You need to listen to what they need, what their desires are, what they really want before you sell your product. We have to learn. And not only that, it's not about selling, but it creates relationships. Right. Because you're now able to build a relationship because you now know what your client actually needs and not what you're trying to push on them and not what you're trying to give them and what you're trying to make them want. In actuality, a real salesperson creates a clientele.
That's
a
right.
Relationship.
You don't win nothing until the customer say yes.
Right. So you listen. You listen to their desires. Yes. Because I was going to say yes. I wanted the lemon. But he didn't even give me a chance to understand. See, he should have came in and said, so why do you need this lemon? You called me in so quickly for this lemon. What do you need it for? What you need the lemon? Find out. And then when that person would have said something, what business are you in? What business are you working with? You begin to ask questions, and now you like, well, they said they desperately need the lemon. Then they in pharmaceutical sales. This must got to do with medication. And you automatically know that what is a medicine is what, $1 billion industry in the United States? Now your antennas should start going, bing, boom. Now you know the value and how bad how bad I need this lemon. Y'all got it? Amen. All right. Y'all see, y'all got that's what I'm talking about. Great. All right, so we're coming to a close in this. I want you guys to work on your vision boards at home. If you guys have your vision boards, please begin to work on them. I want you to revisit the vision. If you have a vision board from last year, pull that out. Don't just write new notes and you didn't even do the things on your old vision board. Go get your old vision board, put it on the table, put it side by side, the vision that you have right now, and I want you to begin to look at it. If you have some things on there that you accomplished, or you no longer want, I want you to mark it off, say, I don't want to do that, I want to do this. Or, man, I obtained this. This is what I put on my vision board. It's going to give you more encouragement. Or let me revisit and make some new steps in how to accomplish this. So at this time, you guys, We're gonna send y'all on your own at home. I hope you guys enjoyed this session virtually. Did y'all enjoy the ones that are here? I enjoyed Millionaire Circle. We do have a question panel. The amazing prophetess Nadine Owens and Archbishop Owens, they are here today. We are going to do an open panel of discussions, asking questions, especially if you guys have any questions. Somebody had asked me earlier a couple questions. I believe it was about the Amazon store and what you needed. Pastor Alexis was asking me, you need your LLC for that, and you do. There are new rules and regulations for LLC. So there's new taxes and all this type of stuff. So I do want you to begin to look into, a lot of people just in the course, they started it because, you know, once people start, a lot of us start doing it, they start putting new regulations on it. So I do want you to be wise and figure out what works for you. Is it best for you to have an LLC? How serious are you about it? How it's going to tax you in the state, the city that you live in. So at this time, I don't want to skip our virtual guests because you guys have been on all day with us. So if you have any questions, please drop it in the chat and I'm going to answer it. If you have any questions for Archbishop Owens, please feel free. He's going to jump in. They're eating, so I ain't going to bother them too quick. We also have amazing Miss Tanya Brown that is on And like she said, we have opened up our Wealth University School, which gives you so much information. You're going to be able to download that information. You're going to be able to watch preset videos that are amazing. So we will definitely drop that in the feed as well. So you guys can register for the classes. It just gives you more in-depth information about the things that we shared today. All right. So we want to open up the panel really quick for Q&A. Q&A. And I want to make sure we get our virtual. Let's see how we're going to be doing it.
What happened? Lori already said she ain't going back for 6 months.
All right, you guys, Q&A. Does anybody here have any questions that we said, we skimmed through, you have more questions about? Anybody? I know y'all asked while we were going. Okay, we still have some viewers in the chat. So viewers, do you guys have any questions? Y'all been on here for a while. Drop it in the chat and we're gonna answer your questions. And I'm just looking at you guys on the online, so just in case y'all some people. Viewers, y'all did good to still be on here all day. That's great. Great job. Yeah, viewers, wow, amazing. Any questions? I have one in here.
Also,
This question is from DSTND2B. Great. Could you give me any advice for a house renovation in order to generate income? That's a great one. How you want to answer that one? Or you want me to answer that one? So my advice, one, it's actually two. One, either get a great contractor, get the reviews, find out who you're using, or if you're going to do it yourself, just make sure you know what you're doing. I would create a plan and a budget. Create a plan and a budget to how much you're trying to invest. So that's kind of like a vague question. But my greatest advice is to do what you can. If there's some things that you can actually fix on your own, go ahead and fix those things on your own. But set a budget to how much you want to spend and how you're actually trying to create the streams of income. So are you trying to rent it out? You can do short-term rental. A lot of people are oversaturating the Airbnb business, but there's also another business that you can do, and you can do traveling nurses. We have a nurse in the building. Oh, I'm sorry. She's getting ready to be a nurse practitioner. Okay, let me get it right. Nurse practitioner in the building. Okay, but But you know how that is with traveling, because I remember you was telling me that you travel all over the world for a long time. So they will also place you in houses, you know, from the corporate, they'll pay for your stay. And I feel like that's a great opportunity as opposed to going, remember, I was just showing everybody to think outside the box. We don't have to follow what the masses are doing. So for me, I said, oh, if I want to rent my house out, I'm actually going to do corporate housing, you know, corporate housing where they're going to stay for a length of time. They're going to stay for 2 to 3 months as opposed to feeling like I have to fix the property every single few days or every single week. So I want you guys to start thinking outside the box and maybe rent to the corporate. And it's a link for that. It's like nurses, whether you can rent to them. Do y'all know what I'm talking about? Oh man, I pulled it up. Tanya gonna Google it for me, and I'm gonna let you know. So again, however you fix it up, I don't know if you're saying how to bring the income in, but I would say do corporate housing. Corporate housing, to me, in my opinion, depending on where you live, is the way to go because there's a lot of traveling nurses. You can get into the hospitals and figure out the corporate contacts. Start thinking about corporate connects, corporate contracts. Thank you. Yeah, corporate connects.
Chantel, there's, Furnish Finder, that's a big one.
Thank you. Furnish Finder. Furnish Finder.
Another one, travel nursing housing.
That's what I'm thinking of. Travel nursing. Is it travel nursing?
Travel nursing, travel nurse housing.
TravelNursingHouse.com.
Nurse.
TravelNurseHouse.com. Travel Nurse House. Oh, I didn't mess it up.
Travel nurse
Come on, Pastor Henry. Look,
TravelNurseHousing.com. TravelNurseHousing.com.
Sometimes you tongue tied. Thank you.
Yes.
So hopefully that answered your question about how to generate income. I got generate income, but the renovations portion, either you can do it or you can have a great contractor do it. It just depends. But set your budget first. Set your budget, and you could do little by little.
You have to be careful with the renovation. Has to be from a licensed person.
Right, exactly.
I did my home and I got fined and I had to go through the whole thing. So they'll fine you, it'll cost double. Right.
Thank you. Prophetess Nadine Owens made a great point. Is it over a certain amount though that you have to have the permit for if you do it over a certain amount?
Over $595. If it's over $595, then you gotta be a contractor.
Yes, okay.
$595.
It's different probably depending on state to state. So state to state, it depends on the price. Sometimes if it's over a certain amount, you do have to get the permits and the correct approvals. So make sure that you get the correct approvals within your state. And it mainly, is it electrical work? Isn't it just electrical work?
It's all
Everything, even hardwood? Okay,
and
okay.
you want somebody that's got their license and practice.
Okay.
The hardwood floor you can get away with.
Hardwood floor you can get away with, because y'all know, I did hardwood floors. And the last time I renovated.
So Chantel, we have another question.
Yes.
Someone who has had their LLC for several years wants to know how to move forward. Where do they start at? Again.
Don't do anything hard.
Right.
Oh,
So how,
Yeah, no one
this is a start.
Yeah, no, I'm just doing like
Yeah.
trying to get into something where it's not too much labor.
Are you talking about manual labor or mental labor? 'Cause it's gonna be mental.
How do you answer that, Tom?
well, let her,
Yeah, so I would say what I was talking about earlier as far as passive income, trying to work on maybe like an Amazon store or private labeling an item. As he said, there's gonna be some difficulties no matter what. You know, you have to look at the pricing and how much the shipping is costing and breaking it all down and dealing with suppliers and supplier changes and returns, and the stuff also becomes a headache, but it also is very worth it, and you don't have to do as much hard labor, but you are usually doing mental labor in that.
And so someone's question was, if you have not started your LLC, but you're kind of getting to a place where you don't want to work hard, you want to work smart. And I'm definitely at that place now. I'm at that place of how do I, because I've been working hard long enough. So Tanya was saying, you know, look into passive income, doing the Amazon stores, doing the things that you can do online. There's a lot of things you can do online. That's why I've created classes now to do online. I do more consulting work now. Those are things that I don't have to run around and be from facility to facility. But I'm going to tell you the first thing that came in my mind, especially when you begin to get tired, is I want you guys to know that your kids are your number one investment. Your children are your number one investment. If you invest in your children and you make sure that they succeed, they're gonna, I mean, most of them, if you raise them right, they're gonna make sure you're okay. Sometimes we get so caught up in us and us and us and us and what we can do.
Yeah.
But if you have, you know which kids can do what they can do. Your greatest investment to me is your children. I invest in my children on a regular basis, praying that God does what they need to do. And y'all seen that LeBron just put his son on to the game, and I don't think nothing's wrong with that. They said, well, he bypassed other people. I mean, people been doing that for forever.
That's right.
So, you know, we as our community, we always say generational wealth. But then when somebody because we're so stuck with our mindset and that slave mentality, when we finally see one of us do generational wealth, we upset about it, saying, oh, well, he bypassed other people. But I feel like that's wrong, because if we had the opportunity, I'm gonna let y'all know my children coming up too. Okay, they gonna play on the same team as me, right? You know, so I don't think it's wrong to do that, because they've been doing that for a long time. We just started getting the wisdom to do it. Yeah.
We have another question over here.
Thank you.
Okay, cleaning business, cleaning company. How do you start a successful cleaning company? Cleaning warehouses, banks, getting contracts. How do you help us to the nitty gritty? How do you get the contract to be able to clean a facility like this?
Cleaning.
I can answer that.
Okay.
So, and
Can you come this way?
yes.
So the question is, how do you do cleaning contracts? Some people may have cleaning businesses, cleaning contracts, and we're gonna let Ms. Brown answer that question.
So there's so many ways that you can go with something such as a cleaning business, because you can start off small places like this, just speaking to the supervisor, speaking to whoever is in charge. But then you have to, you know, at some point you decide to go further than that, because you can absolutely register with the government, register with sam.gov. Once you register with them, they're gonna start giving you those contracts. I mean, and they're paid for months in advance. So you really wanna get into making sure that all of your legal structure is together, making sure you have the proper insurance, the general liability insurance, so that people that are working for you can be covered, and trying to get those large contracts, because that's where you're working smart, not hard.
So Ms.
Yeah.
Brown and Chantel, I have another question, because I'm just helping the questions along today.
And we have an online question too.
All right, well, but tell us the conversation you have with investors. How does that look very quickly? If Camille has a cleaning company and she can't get a loan with the bank, because of course she doesn't have that type of credit, but there's a funder that she goes to, what are some of the top points or things that she should say to that person that she's trying to get to invest in her cleaning company? How does that conversation even look?
Would that be the pitch?
What is the pitch? How do you start that conversation?
So my first key is, and what you said is for someone to invest in her business. I think I told you guys that earlier in my story. You have to be willing to invest in yourself.
Yeah.
And you said that online as well, Prophetess Nadine. You have to be willing to invest in yourself. You guys don't realize I had investors after I invested in myself. Nobody came to me until I invested in myself. Actually, everybody told me I was crazy for the business that I was starting. But when I started the business and it began to work, and I began to create streams of income, they were willing to invest in me. So my thing is, when you are starting off, just be willing to put the work in. Some people will start a business and not file their taxes. I need you to do the black and white. So I don't care if you only make $500. You're showing someone that I made $500 and this business is producing income. So
You have to show some type of success initially.
even if it's $500,
Whatever that
yeah,
is.
you have to have a picture.
Even if you have, if it's just the fact that you have a really good team that has been cleaning for a very long time, everybody has great experience, you have the map exactly for it, then that's something that you have to say, yes, I'm gonna give this to my investor and say, this is what we have. Because other than that, why would we go with you? Why would the investor go with you versus going with anyone else? You gotta have something that everyone else doesn't have. So maybe it's, you know, better cleaning products, stuff that are, you know, more economically or, you know, environmentally safe.
Yeah,
So you
that's
have to
good.
find your niche, and you have to find exactly what works.
Yeah.
And just not be doing what everyone else is doing, thinking out of the box, like she said, doing your portion first, and then you'll have something to give.
Build the portfolio.
Let them finish, sir.
Prophetess was about to say something.
I just wanna say, and believe in your brand, cause if you don't believe in it, nobody else will.
Yes, thank you.
You gotta believe in this water that, hey, this is it.
Yes.
You know what it tastes like. And if you believe in it, they'll see
It's
I got Henry.
Prophetess Nadine said a great point. She said, and I was thinking the same thing, as she was speaking, Camille was speaking, is you have to believe in your product.
Yeah.
You have to come up there with bold confidence. When I sell myself like I got the best curriculum program you have ever seen in your entire life. No other child care got this curriculum like I have. And I begin, even if I had one client, hey, write me a review. Did you enjoy it? Write me a review.
right.
Start having, I don't care how small your business is, treat your business like a big business. If you treat your business like a big business, it will grow into a big business. You want to be able to grow into your business. So, filing your taxes, do your taxes. Doing reviews, go ahead and do your online reviews and talk to people. So go for and start now and believe.
Tanya and Rose, well, then we get to that. Tanya and Chantel, then we get to that question. So for a person like Rose Greenwood, who is a designer, speak to us about the difference between marketing and branding, because they're two very different things.
Absolutely. So branding is branding yourself, your name. That is making sure you trademark the colors of your, of your logos, all of those types of things. So branding is what it shows your exact business. So there are so many things that come with branding. A lot of times people are just throwing logos out there, but there's so much that goes into branding. The warmth of the colors in your logo, so it starts from little to big, especially when you're looking at a designing company. I mean, that can be huge. So it's going to be as far as you make it. But branding is very important. And then marketing is a whole completely different thing, of course. So marketing is just how you're putting your business out there, how you're actually bringing in your clients. What type of clients do you want to bring in? What demographic of people? I always ask Chantel, like, who am I speaking to? Because I need to know who I'm speaking to be able to know what I'm going to say in the way that I'm going to say it.
Okay.
So that's exactly what marketing is. Who are you speaking to? What are you saying to them to draw in whatever that you have to sell to that person or that?
And that's so great. And know that you can rebrand yourself. If you guys look at Apple, how many times has that Apple changed? Okay, like I look at stuff like that. That Apple didn't change over the years. The Apple didn't change about 20 times. Okay, and it may have a small change, a big change, and I did that within my own business. I began to change my shield. I changed it. I expanded it. So know that you can rebrand yourself. The more you learn, the more you rebrand. Companies do it all the time. So rebrand.
Awesome.
Also, don't be the smartest one in the circle. Y'all see my friend smart, okay? Don't play with her. I don't want to be in the circle and I'm the smartest one in the circle.
That's it.
You know, I stay in my lane. If it ain't my lane, Tanya, that's you right there.
And I have to go to others too.
Right.
I believe that. I'm like, just hold that thought.
Right.
Hold that thought. I'm going to get back to you.
And don't listen to a friend who's going to give you the wrong answer.
Yeah.
Because sometimes I say, I don't know, baby. Let me
That's
find
it.
it. I'll find out for you. I don't know. Let me find out.
Researching is, oh my goodness, it's everything
Yes.
in business, for sure. It's everything. You must research. I wake up researching everything. It's just what I do. So, but it keeps me on top of the new trends, on the way things are moving. So I'm moving with it. I don't want to get left behind. Because your business.
You don't go to sleep. She be texting me about our next business thing at 3:00 in the morning. I
No, that's
girl, yeah. She don't. Yeah, it don't stop. She like this just for when you wake up, girl. If you don't
That's awesome. That's awesome.
So an online question, and we're almost getting ready to close out, but an online question is, at my age, I don't want to buy a house, a single house, I believe it says, single family house, a house single, and everyone is grown. Okay, she don't want to buy a house single. So I want to purchase a deluxe condo. Is this a way to go? I have 2 business endeavors I'm looking to reestablish. Help.
Yes, absolutely. A condo is a great idea. You could definitely buy condos. The only thing that I always say about condos is condos have huge association fees. So when you're looking for a condo, you want to be pay attention to the association fees, because they can literally make your mortgage every month go up $100, $200, $300 a month. So that's important. Another thing you could possibly think about instead of a condo could possibly be like a duplex or something you could make money off of. two-family homes. So you can be on one side and allow the other side to pay for where you live. So then, you know, that takes away that burden off you, especially being older and not having, other people in the house.
And the second part of the question I'll answer, which is a two business endeavor I'm looking to reestablish. Me personally, if you're just reestablishing, I would not start two businesses at the same time.
Oh, no.
I would not start two businesses at the same time. Now, we do create multiple streams of income, which is perfectly fine once you got your mojo going. But I like to establish one, make sure that one is solid, and then I will branch out from what I'm already doing.
That's
So
wisdom.
a lot of my businesses are within my specialty. A lot of the businesses that I'm doing. So if I'm in childcare, I'm just kind of moving a little bit out of childcare. I'm creating a
Right.
curriculum that's within
Yeah.
childcare. Now I'm doing classes that's still within childcare. Now I'm helping someone. I just got into real estate. Yes, I just got into real estate, but I'm doing commercial real estate, which is now can help my clients find a location, a building. So now I'm still staying within my avenue, so it's not stretching me too much. So I wanted to get into real estate, so I do commercial real estate. But now I'm helping clients find their actual building location, and I'm still able to help them to start their childcare facility. So I like to stay within my specialty, because what I've learned is if I go way out my specialty and I don't know what I'm doing, I'm gonna look like it don't make sense, okay? So just make sure that if you're starting those two businesses, they can kind of collaborate in some way. Or if you're venturing out, I would definitely say my second business, like Tanya and I have a vitamin company. So but the vitamin company goes back to kids. So we have picky eater vitamins that goes back to kids. So that keeps me in my realm, and now it's in her realm because she loves online sales. So we still kind of stay in our element when we pull business. Right. Now we're overseeing Bridget. Now, easy money, this Tanya right here. You need to talk to her later on, okay?
I like to be on vacation.
Right.
I like to be on the beach working.
Right.
I need everything to be online. I need my team online. I need everything online. So when I pop up my computer, this is my office.
Yeah.
Wherever I am.
Yes.
So yes.
So hopefully that answered everybody's questions. Yes, we have resources for renovations. I don't know which kind of resources for renovation.
Yeah, I definitely do. So definitely.
We'll put our contact information in. Yeah, we'll drop our contact information, and we can send you information on resources for renovations.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Any other questions in the audience? All right, well, you guys, that is a session for our first Millionaire Circle. I hope this opened up you guys ideas. Thank you again for joining and being on here all day long. Thank you for spending time with us. We love you so much. Peace out. Do your vision board, because we're going to drop that in the group chat. See you later.
Thank you.